and Auntie Ipo Vaughn and her lovely ladies have a myriad of beautiful lauhala works that you can purchase. Our partner for today's event for the launch of the Eddie Kamae Songbook is the Hawaiian Legacy Foundation and ʻUlūʻulu, the moving archive of Hawaii. They have a table right in the Royal Grove, and to their right we have Auntie Luana, who is selling some sundries and a lot of good things that would make for great presents. And Auntie Maki and the Hawaiian Civic Club of Honolulu are conducting lei making lessons, and that's first come, first serve, and there is a limit. So we do encourage you folks to please come and make a lei as we celebrate May Day. Again, please go around the Royal Grove and enjoy the makeke, and we'll be starting shortly with the Eddie Kamae Songbook launch.
How's it going? Oh, it's been so long. Yeah, all right. You got one. Yours is what? C, eh?
Kalama is G.
Is G. Okay. Hi, brother. How you doing, man? All right, all right.
Can I have a little bit more, Aaron?
Check,
Oh.
check, 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 test.
I'll wait. That's okay. Oh,
You get him, man?
I get him up in the front. Yeah, I know.
Hawaii.
No ia e talani nui meha meha e he aku ana e taiwa e tilo mo e tula e tō mo. A ole I vehe vehe na a ole I vaihona o tōna pō o taho āte e ule o ta ua haao e lelea e ana o maukau au lele. E komo aku I ka tahale o te aloha lei ni au I titi o ai tapu o pōna hei te one. E inui tāwa atane I tanua I Hawaii o la ia tini atua ia o hei no ano kamehameha. Aloha nui no ia kākou. Aloha.
Aloha.
Oh. You know, when they used to do that in the shows in Waikiki, I used to say, oh, it's so corny to do it. But when you get on you say aloha nui, full of energy, and then you aloha. It's, you know, it's a lot of expense for very little return on investment. We'll hana hold that one more time. Aloha nui no ya kākou. Okay, mahalo. You know, aloha is this really interesting word in Hawaii. We use it really for everything. Hello, goodbye, love. And the challenge with it is that there really is no English equivalent. And so we just throw everything in the kitchen sink into the word and we offer it to the world. And aloha really is this physical interaction between two people that shares space, right? These two people share space for just a moment. And through the sharing of that space for that one moment, we connect to each other for the rest of our lives. I know what you're doing every moment for the rest of your lives. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Royal Hawaiian Center here at the Royal Grove at Helumua, Waikiki, land of Kamehameha. We're so excited to host all of you today here with us. My name is Aaron Salah. I'm Director of Cultural Affairs here, together with my colleague, my partner, my classmate, my very, very good friend, Monty McCumber. We run cultural affairs here at Royal Hawaiian Center, and it is our esteemed pleasure, our great pleasure to be hosting the launch of the Eddie Kamae Songbook. And there's so much activity happening between now and 6 o'clock today. And then beyond that, when you go home and you access the songbook yourselves, you'll see what treasures are abounding for you as in this, you know, in this incredible treasure trove that is the songbook. And so I want to introduce you all to Eddie Kamae's wife, Myrna, who really is the driving force of all of this work. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for Myrna Kamae. So before I ask her to talk, let me just talk a little bit for everyone who is unfamiliar with Eddie. Eddie really is one of the patriarchs of Hawaiian music. Indeed, his prodigies you'll see throughout the day performing. An incredible resource, an incredible teacher, an incredible musician and documentary filmmaker, an incredible Hawaiian, and someone whom I think we all look up to as contemporary generations of Hawaiian musicians and entertainers and cultural practitioners. And so we're so proud to have the group here, the gang all together again. And so Myrna, talk a little bit about this process and what we did to pull this off today and all the work that you have been doing in preparation for the launch of the songbook.
The launch of the songbook started when the UH West Oahu Chancellor found out I was doing songs to give to musicians. And so she said, well, why don't you do a songbook? And I thought, what a great idea. But I had no idea that it would be 3 years later and so much work. But we are so proud to be here today, to be part of the Royal Hawaiian Center, that we can launch the Eddie Kamae Songbook for the first time. And it's going to be digital. Anybody can go to it, get it for free. It will be all over the world. And in each one of the songs, you're going to find so many riches of our kupuna. The lyrics, the translations, the stories, research that is really incredible. And at the end of the 21 pages you usually get, there's going to be acknowledgments of the wonderful people, the sponsors that helped us. And just thank you so much, all of you, for being part of this day. And the two people that really have helped more than anybody, a lot of people helped, but I'd like to bring Kapena Shim, who's been our archivist for 9 years and was a program director, and Lilinoe Andrews. He has a full-time job at UH, Manoa in the Hamilton Library. In the Hawaiian section, Lilinoe Andrews is from UH West Oahu, a curriculum specialist, but she is our principal writer, translator, and has the three of us have worked for all of these years, and now today we're so happy to share it with you. Kapena, is there anything you'd like? Oh, and I have to say, this music behind me, these guys, I've heard them play with Eddie for so many years. Paul Kim, Mike Kaʻawa, ʻAnalū ʻāina, personifies the music of Eddie Kamae and the Sons of Hawaii. And all day long, you're going to be hearing great music from the Sons of Hawaii and from Eddie and his kupuna. So you're going to have all of these wonderful songs that won't ever be forgotten. Kapena, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, so aloha kako, I'm Kapena Shim. I was part of this project. I just wanted to share that, I'm really excited for this songbook because not only is it a celebration of Eddie and his music, but it's a celebration of his three teachers that really informed his music throughout his life. So Pilahi Paki, America Venapukui, and Sam Li'a Kalainaina. And as you look in the songbook, you'll see that there's many songs that he co-wrote with them or songs that were shared to him by his teachers. So enjoy the songbook, enjoy the music that you're going to be hearing all day today. And yeah, we'll connect.
I think that's good. I think you said it all.
A round of applause, please, for Myrna, Kapena, and Lilinoe. So before we set off the journey in music, let me just say a few things. We have postcards here. The Eddie Kamae Songbook, A Musical Journey. On the back of the postcard is a QR code that sends you straight to the songbook. These postcards are available at this table here, right in front of the Ulu Moving Image Archive, a table. Robbie over there is waving his hands. Also, the Hawaiian Legacy Foundation brought along copies of Hawaiian son Eddie's memoir, and they'll be giving these books away to all of you. Don't take a book if you're not going to read it. Okay, that's our rule today. You're welcome to share in the joy of Eddie's life. If you take a book, read it. I'm going to know. Yeah. Sure. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the first group of prodigies of Eddie Kamae, one of Hawaii's patriarchs of Hawaiian music. Please put your hands together for none other than Mike Kaʻawa, Paul Kim, and ʻAnalū ʻāina. Aloha nui kākou.
Mahalo nui loa. Aloha kākou. We're going to do it the Eddie way. Como mai loko. Come inside and come enjoy the music.
Como maloko e gana iai e hewa e kaua no ia no kauku o ka leo oh no tia e ana iai e a ke kanaka e como malo Mr. Paul Kim. Hey ia no ke aloha, ke anei i oe, e koma maloko ke hana i oe, e hai o akena, i ka puhu ke amone, no ia no ka pane, a ke aloha. Como mai loko, eo. Mahalo nui loa.
Take two.
Yeah, take two.
Never see my hoki kaupalai. Ia oe, a e hele pula pumai kauhana. Au he oe, a mai one, ka lua I ka pahu pahu ki o. Kaua I ho mai a ka papa, o ke na ulu I ke kaua. Ua pēla, ia kautuku, never see my hoki kaupalaina. O ali he ia ku oe, a e hele pula pumai kauhana. Never see my hoki kaupalaina. O ai ia ku oe, a e hele pula pumai kauhana. O iho koki a uli, nini u pono e ka pele kane. Ka uhi na lanoria, hui ka una ulula ka papa. Ua papa, ia kaupuku, never see my hoki kaupalaina. O lai e ia ku oe, a e hele pula pumai kauhana.
All right. One of the sweetest songs. Today is May 1st. Happy May Day, everybody out there. "17 years ago, Eddie came and played at my wedding. Eddie and our brother Ocean Kaowili. So I want to send this out to them, guys. Okana. Mahalo Uncle Eddie. Okay. You got him. What was yours? What key was that? Which one? Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Maui, here we go, Maui.
Kahului como la reina, e ala una I ʻana, ua ua. Elohi au no ke kanaka, I pinana, au I ke kahulu, oi nā mea leheto, malohi au ke la mea wipa, au he ke la mea wipa, o ia atu a ke aloha, ma ke lauko a ki ave, a malai lako manao. Au hea ke la mea wipa, au ia atu a ke aloha, ma ke lauko a ki ave a ea. Ma ke lauko a ki ave a ea. Hit him, bro. Po'e hau ole, uruan
Oina I hewa hewa Mala nui na o na uli A mama Uli a mama lako Au he oina mea epo Maluhi nui ke la mea wipa Au he ke la mea wipa O ia anu a ke aloha Ma ke lauko a ki ave A malai na ko manao Au he ke la mea wipa O ia anu a ke aloha Ea ea Ma ke lauko a ki ave ma ea Wipa.
Okay. Okay. You want to say something about that song, bro?
Stand by, we got duck crossing over here.
Uh-huh.
Want that, bro?
The duck walking across the stage.
Oh, quick, quick.
This next song has been a favorite of ours, and it's one of the newer songs that came out. It's called Little Raindrops, better known as Makaua. Makaua, pamaine, uakolo, na he. Kapuaku ke aloha Aho olohe
Olohe,
Akua
akua,
I kaleo
yo,
Melehe Kahea I kanani Kua vivi O wawa Waka makaua Mai aloha e Kamai ke aloha
olohe,
Akua
akua,
I kaleo
kaleo,
Melehe Kahea I kanani Akua vivi O wawa pale If you listen, little raindrop falling softly, a little raindrop. And the flowers, little raindrops, come to me. If you listen,
listen,
oh so closely,
oh so closely,
you will hear them
then
sing the song of the mountain and the valley. Little raindrops, sing to me.
If you listen
oh so closely,
oh so closely,
you will hear them
you will hear them
sing a song,
sing a song
of the mountains and the valley. Little raindrop, sing to me. Little raindrop, sing to me. Little raindrop, sing to me. Makaua. Mahalo nui loa. Next one. Oh, okay.
Pakeane ka mana o e ke maka ia waipi o e kaulana nei. Ahiki mako i ka lua ine, kahi maka i ka ia ka lehu lehu. Nā kuia koho la lele, me nā kapakai o ka hula ana. Ka waiho ka hela waipi o, o nā lauli po ka ʻāina. Kila kila mai a hilawe, mai lele mahoe hone i ka pali. Luvehi ka pali o haina kolo, e nā leho o ki pakale. Ia punana i ke kaiuli, Hu'Ana loka nani o paka alana. Haina ia mai ana ka puana, ua i ke kumaka ia waipi o. Haina ia mai ana ka puana, ua i ke kumaka ia waipi o.
Ke la waipio. Adira, tira, tira, indigen. Sì. Sì.
All right, we don't have much time up here, so we're just gonna whip through all these songs. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Kaʻawa, ʻAnalū, ʻāina, and Paul Kim. Hanaho.
Mahalo.
Hanaho, ho'okahi mea ho. Celebrating the music of Eddie Kamae and the launch of an incredible songbook today. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Kaʻawa, ʻAnalū, ʻāina, and Paul Kim.
Ai, mahalo nui loa.
All right, this is a song that Sons of Hawaii used to end all of their shows with. A song written by the Queen. Nani wale kauna o ka'ala, hua iwi kukila kila I kalai. Ila ila ka'ano I me kahalia, alo e no hone. La ia we, la ia la, I kaua noe o kana he. Huki huki mai ne I kuru poli, e aloha o kuiho. Aole ko make aia kulele hua kaui kai. Ua ho puluia e ke hau ama ke ona o. La ia we la ia ula I kaua noe o kana hele. Huki huki mai nei I kuku poli e aloha o kui. ia I ke a Ma ia ue la ia ula I ka ua noe noe o kana hele Hui hui mai nei I kuhu poli He aloha o kuhui Hui mai nei I kuhu poli He aloha o kuhui Aloha
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Kim, ʻAnalū, ʻāina, and Mike Kaʻawa. Please give them a round of applause. We'll continue our music in just a few moments as the Waimānalo Sunset Band gets prepared on the stage. Again, we are celebrating the music of Eddie Kamae and the release of his songbook. And we have some friends from Spam Jam joining us for the day. We'll be back in just a few moments.
makamaka me nā kupa o nei ʻāina me ka mailele o hiki lame ko ia me maila I luna ko ia me mau I nā mai Haole pēlā ka oia I o haku e paloko I no o ka makamaka Ua like no alike E nā kini le hulahu Ha o ku o me hanau E ola maua me ukini me aule I o nei ʻāina Hulu me I ka huna kai Kai amini salima E Hawai pi o I kano Haina ia mai ana ka puana No ka lei hapapua sepania He kupano ka ʻāina He kipa mai maloko Hale ina beautiful home Haina ia mai ana ka puana No ka lei hapapua sepania He kupano ka ʻāina He kipa mai maloko Hale ina beautiful home He Hawai o kano
Check 1 2 sound check 1 2 2 check test 1 2 One more mic. One more mic. Test 1 2 2 check test 1 2 2
Chick.
Perfect. Two. Aloha ho kako, everyone. Welcome to Royal Hawaiian Center. We're here in the Royal Grove at Helumua, Waikiki, on land owned by Kamehameha. Since Kamehameha came to Oahu centuries ago. We're celebrating the launch of Eddie Kamae Songbook, a treasure trove of information and resource, unprecedented in my opinion. And so, you know, we have a table here, right here in front of the ʻUluʻulu poster. They're giving out postcards, Eddie Kamae Songbook postcards. On the back of the postcard is a QR code that takes you to the songbook. The songbook is digital. It includes the music charts of these songs that Eddie Kamae wrote, or he sang and wrote. It includes information about each of these songs, their inspiration, their composers themselves, where the songs come from. And just an incredible gem of information, not just about Hawaiian music, but about Hawaiian history and Hawaiian culture. In addition, the table has Hawaiian Sun, The Life and Music of Eddie Kamae. It's a memoir that they're giving away today. We want to make sure that, please, absolutely, you take one. Make sure you read it. Incredible music. And we're featuring the music of Eddie's prodigies through the course of the day. And you see that the gentleman wearing palaka shirts, these block prints, which are made iconic by Eddie Kamae and the Sons of Hawaii. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the music now of the Waimānalo Sunset Band. Two.
Kapuihi kilohana Ayamu ihola Alehua Ina amanu Uli uli au ya oe manu kapalulu Hana vale mai noho iau E aha ho'i oe iko manao Ahe no ia ai he ula kola ko o ia no kuli kuli au ia o e manu kapalulu hana wale mai no ho ia e aha ho I o e I ko mana o a e no wale na hala, tommi tommi, ona we ke kahi, tommi tommi. Nani wale na hala, tommi tommi, ona we ke kahi, tommi tommi. Ke oni a ela, tommi tommi, piri mai ha ena, tommi tommi. Ke oni a ela, tommi tommi, piri mai ha ena, tommi tommi. Tommi, tommi, and aku namaka, tommi, tommi, ona manui tapua, tommi, tommi. Tommi, tommi, miki ala ilaila, tommi, tommi. Ai ke kale hua, tommi, tommi, miki ala ilaila, tommi, tommi. Tommi, tommi, okalele onalani, tommi, tommi. Aina kainoa, tommi, tommi, okalele onalani, tommi, 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 tommi. Mahalo nui, many of songs for you folks from the Sons of Hawaii. Hope you folks enjoying yourselves out there on this Aloha Sunday. Got a song for you guys written by our Queen Lilinoe Kalani. She wrote it for her brother King Kalakaua. Talks about all his favorite foods he likes to eat. One of the many songs done by the Sons of Hawaii. Song entitled He ʻAina Kalani. i po au kai au au e hukai o ka moana ai ai la ai ai la I mahalo nui malama sampara he ʻāina kalani I'll do some for you folks now. Song called Hana Kyoki.
Don't mind us. This is our first rehearsal of 2022.
Nani wale kahi ona o ka manula, o ka i'i maka ona la, noho i ka malu, la au na hele i ka lehua, i lihia au i ke alala, o ka hanu o hana ke o kila, uni hei ka mana o hihila, anu a ala o hana ke o Alio e ka amakihila, unupua ua lena la, ke hahaini i ka vaila, vai haluku luku i ka palila, i lihia au i ke alala, o ka hanu o hana ke o kila, uni hei ka mana o hihila, anu a ala o hana ke o e lua kuau a kenala i ka waile ua ka manula o ka ua he o elola a honi a e ho o la i lihia au i ke alala o ka hanu o hana ke o kila uni hei ka mana o hihila anu a ala o hana ke o ki anu a ala o hana ke o ki Sao ka hana ke o ki mahalo nui ano this song for you called Waipuna. Nani vale, kapua, lantana. Oapili, okala, kahiaka. Ihia, ikapua, panini. Ikamakani, olu, oke kola. Kamakani, olu, oke kola. Hawai, anu hea o take you guys on a little jeep ride on the Big Island. Song entitled Keala Aka Jeep.
No ke ala e hele ai he ka huli huli Ana pi ina na e hana pi ko hako Aluana na panini mena e kaua Ina oe e kauana i ke ka aji No ke ala e hele ai he ka huli huli Ana pi ina na e hana pi ko hako Aluana na panini mena e kaua Ina pipia holo I kahi e Pea la makohi ki ai kai o ai kapuna Ala e la paula me kone hie hie Ike aku ike ana o puhi ula Hokui wa ina pipia holo I kahi e Pea la makohi ki ai kai o ai kapuna Ala e la paula me kone hie hie Ike aku ike ana o puhi ula Alehu me ke ka aji Au oli ka helena me na maka maka Aloha kui ka lae me ka ulana Ahi ia pale he mo wai ka maha o Hoi hoa ku ina alehu me ke ka aji Au oli ka helena me na maka maka Aloha kui ka lae me ka ulana Ahi kia pale mo vai ka maha o
i ka hale o ka maka maka Hu'Ana i ka la'i o luwai o hinu ʻAina ka kuana me ke aloha No ka ʻāina ka ua o ha'au Hiki mai ka hale o ka maka maka Hu'Ana i ka la'i o luwai o hinu ʻAina ka kuana me ke aloha No ka ʻāina ka ua o ha'au No ka ʻāina ka ua o ha'au
Ladies and gentlemen, the Waimānalo Sunset Band, round of applause. Ho mai te paki paki.
Mahalo nui.
Hana ho, one more. Hana ho. Hana ho.
ʻAnalū, huki mai ka hele uma, e ho'o mākau kau, e holo aku.
Ke ano ahi a
Ladies and gentlemen, the Waimānalo Sunset Band. Aloha nui kākou. We are here celebrating May Day. May Day is Lay Day in Hawaii. Mikey, thank you. So we're going to get ready to talk more in depth about the songbook. And so all panelists, please come to the stage. We're going to have an awesome conversation about the work that went into the research and the production of this songbook that is now available to the world. Really, really excited about that, absolutely, thank you. And so paging Myrna Kamae, Kapena Shim, Lilinoe Andrews, Dr. John Magnuson, and Chancellor Maynette Benham to the stage. They'll share with us the process that Hawaiian Legacy Foundation, the University of Hawaii West Oahu, Ulu all went through to produce this incredible resource, now available to everyone. Would you give another round of applause, please, to Waimānalo Sunset Band, and earlier, Paul Kim, ʻAnalū, ʻAina, and the one and only Mike Kaʻawa. All of these are prodigies of Eddie Kamae, this patriarch of Hawaiian music. And so you see everyone wearing their palaka prints today, made famous by Eddie himself, who was also made famous in his work with his own teachers, Sam Li'a, Pilahipaki, Kawena Pukui, and really this need to assure that the legacy of these Hawaiian resources lived on and continues to live in generations of Hawaiian musicians. Yeah? Oh. And so we'll bring the panelists up to the stage and take their seats, and we'll get started with this conversation in just a few moments. Mike, you can play a little bit, something.
Kanani kamahao alawa ku oe kanani o ke kukuna o kala ka apuni oe apuni o maui e na wai e ha oe ka pu oe luku oe e hu ka ulana na wai e ha e ini ki mali e oe
Okay, panelists to the stage, please.
Aloha mai kako, aloha. I am Maynette Benham. I am the Chancellor at the University of Hawaii West Oahu, and we are so very happy to be with you today. What we're going to do right now is talk a little bit about the songbook, give you an introduction to what is actually in the songbook and what you can do with the songbook. And after our little presentation, Myrna is actually going to formally launch, and you can get on the QR code. If you haven't yet gotten a postcard, there'll be people walking around making sure that you do get a postcard. You'll be able to take a picture of the QR code and actually get right in to the digital songbook. Let me introduce to you our panelists today. To my left is Lilinoe Andrews. She is a curriculum specialist. She is a kumu of Olelo, Hawaii. She's also our cultural specialist and the primary writer of our songbook. To my left, Lilinoe Andrews. To my far right is Dr. John Magnuson. He is a professor at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu in music. He's also the chair of our humanities department. John, thank you for being with us. And he was responsible for many of the scoring as well as some of the reviewing of the songbook and also some of the teaching resources. And yay, John. Sitting next to him is the archivist of the Kamae archive, Kapena Shim. If you were here earlier, yay for Kapena. I have to say that the Hawaiian Legacy Foundation archive was established in earnest in 2013, and Myrna and Eddie and I were so blessed to have Kapena agree to be the archivist. And from what I understand, Kapena was one of the few people Eddie actually let into the archive.
He was the only one.
He was the only one. I heard he had a lot of Palaka shirts in there.
A lot of what?
Shirts.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. And of course, sitting to my right is the infamous Mama Bear of this entire project, Myrna Kamae. So welcome to everybody. Welcome to our panelists. I'm going to let Myrna start us off with some acknowledgments, recognitions, and a mahalo.
I do better standing up. Well, I thanked the Royal Hawaiian Center earlier, but I want to do it again because Aaron Salah and Monty McCumber and the staff have been just fantastic to us. And to be able to be part of their May Day celebration is just a real gift to us. To launch the Eddie Kamae Songbook for the very first time today, and to be doing it here with the music of musicians who played with Eddie, who played the Sons of Hawaii music. They're just unbelievable musicians, and the Kupuna and Eddie Kamae and the Sons of Hawaii must all be smiling. There are 3 organizations that were partnerships for this event and for the songbook. One of them is Hawaiian Legacy Foundation, that has been our foundation since the beginning of the work. And
they're sitting back over there.
They're all sitting back over in there. They might be having a glass of wine, I don't know, but they are enjoying themselves, and every one of them are extraordinary people who have helped us along the way. West Oahu and Chancellor Maynette Benham made a huge contribution in not only telling me I should do a songbook, but having given us the right people to work with by having Kapena Shim, who was already our archivist, and he was a project director, and there are so many things he did. And Lilinoe Andrews, a curriculum specialist, a writer, and someone fluent in the Hawaiian language. And every Saturday from 9 to 11 for years, we met to talk over the songbook. So, but we know there might be a couple of things that you want to tell us, and so you can, because the Eddie Kamae Songbook.org is going to be online and free for everybody. I also want to say the sponsors who help make this possible, ʻAnalū Foundation, Atherton Family Foundation, Flora Ling and Paul Sturm, Dwight Damon, Waden Pitluck, Judy Pyle, the Kawakami Family Fund, and our dear Barbara Smith, who recently left us at the age of 101. So I realize on this day we are celebrating and thanking Eddie Kamae for his diligence and for the kupuna who helped him. And I could say so much more about, should I say it? About Kapena and Lilinoe for the incredible contributions they have made to this songbook. Yeah.
And you will see when you get into the songbook the amount of effort and work that they put in it.
So I just have to say, ʻanoʻai ke aloha to Eddie Kamae and the Sons of Hawaii and all the kupuna and the beautiful Hawaiian music that we all get to enjoy.
Mahalo, Myrna. I also wanted to point out Ulu'ulu, the Henry Juni Moving Image Archive of Hawaii, which is right there. That is, in 2015, they began to digitize all of Eddie and Myrna's documentaries. And if you go to their page, you'll be able to see clips. And if you need teaching or research, you can contact them directly and they'll be there to help you. So stop by the Ulu'ulu table if you have the opportunity. On June 2018, Hu'Ana, that's what they called themselves, Kapena, Myrna, and Lilinoe, they always said that they were working very hard when they checked in with me. They actually began in earnest to put together this songbook. And today, May 1st, 2022, we'll be launching it. So we're trying to figure out how to present this book to you in a fun way, but in an informative way to respect the work that both Myrna and Eddie had done over the many, many years. And we decided that what we would do is that we would go to the source. We would go to the kumu, the people from whom Eddie Kamae had learned so much from. So today what we're going to do is presenting you mele that he learned more about music. He learned more about himself as a Hawaiian, and he learned more about his responsibility, his kuleana, to the generations to come. So we're going to introduce you to Auntie Pilahi Paki, who told Eddie, "Do it now, for soon there will be no more." We'll talk a little bit about Mary Kavena Pukui, who told Eddie, "Do it for the children, Eddie, for it will live forever." And to Tutuman Sam Li'a from Waipio Valley, who told Eddie, "Sing for the children, sing for the children." These three kumu were Eddie and Myrna's compass. Everything they did came back to the lessons of sharing our ike kupuna, Eddie and Myrna's musical journey. And you notice I say Eddie and Myrna's musical journey is intimately connected to these three teachers and what they urged him today to do. So today, our first mele that we're going to talk a bit about is the Aloha Chant and Auntie Pilahi Paki. And I'm going to turn over to Kapena and to John at the end over there. Kapena, can you talk a little bit more, give us a little bit more background about the genesis of the Aloha Chant, beginning with Pilahi Paki's impromptu presentation at the 1970 Governor's Conference at the East-West Center.
Aloha, I'm Kapena. So I'm going to share with you about Aloha Chant and the genesis behind that. So Pilahi Paki was one of Eddie's earliest teachers, and when she first met him, he talked to her about his work, and she said, "You call me anytime, and we can talk." And this one instance, he worked with Pilahi Paki to put the music to her message of aloha. Now, Pilahi Paki, she shared this really profound message of aloha in 1970. So what happened was there was a conference in 1970 all about the year 2000.
With affection.
And in that conference...
is akaha'i, Hawaii meaning kindness. Express it with a feeling of tenderness.
We have an audio clip that we were going to be playing for you, which they're playing right now. I think they're trying to
express it with a feeling
cue it
for
up.
harmony. May the spirit of my ancestors, aloha, embrace you. May the spirit of my ancestors...
Go ahead, Kapena.
Okay. All right. So that was Pilahi Paki actually sharing her message of aloha. So in 1970, she was at this conference all about the year 2000. And at that conference, they're talking about what to do with aloha. And people are saying, oh, you know, maybe we can use aloha more in the promotional materials. Maybe we can give all the tourists lei for aloha. And she stood up unexpectedly, and she said, I want you to know the deeper meaning behind aloha. And she shared this really profound message of aloha. And that clip that we just heard, and hopefully we can play it again, is her sharing that message. And Eddie Kamae, he really liked that. So he and Pilahi Paki worked together to put music to it, and they did the song Aloha Chant. But for Pilahi Paki and for Eddie, it really is this idea that, you know, what the world can use is more aloha. And as the world finds its search for peace, aloha is the answer. And her message is right in that song. But maybe you can play it again. That's fine.
May the spirit of my ancestors, aloha, embrace you always with affection. E is akaha'i, Hawaii meaning kindness. Express it with a feeling of tenderness. L is lokahi, Hawaii meaning unity. Express it with a feeling for harmony. O is ʻoluʻolu, Hawaii meaning agreeable. Express it with a feeling of pleasantness. H is haʻahaʻa, Hawaii meaning humility. Express it with a feeling for modesty. And the last A is ahonui, Hawaii meaning patience. Apply it with perseverance. These are traits of character that express the spirit and the people of a land known throughout the world in these words of wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, and understanding. What the world knows in the word aloha. Aloha.
Thank you. Kind of gives you chicken skin to actually hear the voices of our kupuna. John, I understand that the Aloha Chant and your first meeting with Eddie is very special to you and your ohana. Can you share a little bit of your memories of that, and also talk a little bit about how educators, what they'll find in the pu'olo, and how they might actually teach Aloha Chant?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to first say how honored I feel to be up here with you folks. What an incredible resource the Eddie Kamae Songbook is. I mean, if you folks go to eddiekamaesongbook.org, you'll be able to click on songs, and you'll see a list of the songs that have videos attached to them that explain the meaning and the music itself. So I grew up on Kauai, and I have memories in the 70s of listening to Eddie Kamae's recording of E Ku'u Morning Dew, which we'll talk about later. And then I found myself with my wife, who's a Pearl City girl, and we were up there. Yes, Nale Akina, that's my kumu olelo Hawaii over there, and Ti'ipolani. And we were expats, basically, living in New York City and missing home. And those of you who have lived outside know what that's like. You're hungry. And at the film festival that my wife was co-producing, the Pacifica Film Festival, Uncle Eddie was receiving a Lifetime Award, Lifetime Achievement Award. And so Uncle Eddie and Auntie Myrna came up and made a presentation, and I'll never forget, they played for our two daughters and the rest of the kids there, they played Aloha Chant. And it was very clear that children were important to him. So, as an educator coming back home and finding myself at UH West Oahu teaching music, this resource represents to me multiple ways to learning about Hawaiian values. These are, as Auntie Pilahi was saying in one of those videos, if you folks go to the site, these are traits of character of the Hawaiian people that are known worldwide. And so one opportunity for an educator is to introduce the idea of an acrostic. That is taking multiple words, and the first letter of each word is helping to form another entirely new word. And that's what the Aloha Chant does. So that's one way. Another way is to and this might be for perhaps a student who is perhaps more advanced in musical notation, but to recognize that you can attach numbers, not only letters. There's power in letters, but there's also power in numbers. And so if you have I'll adjust here. If you have a scale, and this chord, this ends up being the C chord, but it could be any chord. This chord is built on this note, which we'll call 1, and it's the beginning of the C scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So as we go along, we see that we can actually attach A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, U. We can spell the whole alphabet with this scale. And then we can go back and perhaps spell any word that we want to with these pitches. So ace, for example, would be A, C, E. Very simple example, but anyway, they are the numbers that we see in. So akahai e na Hawaii could be translated 3, 4, 5, 5, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1. And it's a mechanism to learn the application of scale to melody. I'll stop there.
So there's a lot of wonderful resources for educators, and that was one of the reasons that we wanted to do this songbook, is we wanted to provide resources for educators, right? So thank you so much, John, for giving us a little bit a taste of what educators can find in this resource book. So let's move over to our next mele, Keala Akajip. So I'm going to talk with both Myrna and Lilinoe about this. Myrna, can you talk about that wonderful day that you and Eddie went on your huaka'i to Ka'awa with Mary Kapena Pukui? Especially talk about the trip, because you both wrote the lyrics together, and Eddie wrote the music for it.
Mary Kapena Pukui was one of Eddie's most important resources. She helped him from the very beginning to find the deeper side of the language. She would always help him translate, tell stories. And when she asked us if we wanted to go to where she grew up, in Ka'u, with her grandmother, we felt honored to be able to go on this trip. We didn't know that it was going to be a bumpy road, and it was going to go from all the way at the top down to the ocean. But in that day, we learned how she had her source of knowledge from her grandmother. And at the end of the day, we decided, why don't we write a song so we'll remember all these places that we have been. And so I started writing down some ideas, and Eddie started thinking about the music, and Kapena would translate it immediately into Hawaiian. She just had this brilliant, brilliant mind, as we all know. If it wasn't for Mary Kapena Pukui, I don't know what we would do today. The Hawaiian Dictionary, Olelo No'oiao, just incredible publications, and a way of giving us the window into yesterday that would bridge to today. So we wrote this song about our day in Ka'u, and we got to almost the end, and Kapena said, it needs one more verse. And so she wrote the verse about us being at Uncle Willie Meineke, home in Na'alehu. And so that was how Keala Akajip was born.
Mahalo for that story. When you go to the pu'olu, you'll hear Myrna talk about how they wrote the lyrics together, but you will also see some video about Mary Kapena Pukui and your trip down through Ka'u. And we do have an audio clip. You know, today you're going to hear a lot of Eddie's music, but you're not going to hear Eddie. But you will today through the audio clips that we're going to be presenting. And I have to tell you, this was Aaron Sala's idea, that we make sure that you hear Eddie's voice. Can we play the 2 verses of Keala Akajip?
ʻāina pipi holo e kahie Pela makauhi ki ai kai wai kahuna Hamai laila paula me kona hie hie E ke aku e ke ana o ki ura
Mahalo, mahalo for playing that. It's great to hear his voice, yeah. You know, listening to that, Lilinoe, the importance of our pilina with place, because it connects us to our DNA, to our mo'okuau, to our genealogy, to our legacy, to our history is really important. Can you talk a little bit more about that ballet in particular, but also what people can learn not only from the pu'olo that you had put together, but also from the documentaries about the importance of place in his mele?
I think, Maynette, one of the things that we wanted to make sure this songbook had was a relationship to place. We wanted it to have a Hawaiian worldview, and relationship to place is very, very central. This song shows that importance of place to Hawaiians through Mary Kapena Pukui's repetition of place names that you would be hard to find on a map today. From the book, I have a short excerpt that I want to read.
How short?
Very short, actually, Maynette. It's very short, but it encapsulates what we're trying to say about relationship to place. All of a sudden, Kapena told Eddie to stop the Jeep. She pointed to a small hill and explained that it was a place where her childhood friend had once lived. She got out of the Jeep, stood, and chanted an oli of greeting and aloha. To those who watched her, there may not have been much to see. Her chant, though, filled in the imagery, transforming an arid landscape into one of houses and people busy with their day-to-day tasks. Her chant honored the place, its people, and the memories that remained. Kapena grew up in this place with her grandmother, Na'ili Po'ai Moku. And she knew the places intimately. And on their Jeep trip down, she would stop and, just like in this instance, honor individual places. And I think that is a really good example of that aloha ʻāina.
And you'll find that throughout the songbook as well as through many of the documentaries. I teased Lilinoe about how long the reading was, because if you look to your left, oh, Aaron, can you step aside? Can we see how big, if we were to actually print the songbook, you want to hold it up? That is how big it would be. And you would still have to get all the links to get all the videos and all the audio clips as well. So that's what the Hu'Ana, these three people, did. Well, let's move on to our next mele, Morning Dew, a ku'u Morning Dew, which is probably the best known of all of Eddie's compositions. This is a love story, a love song written for Myrna. And what folks may not know about its construction is that it was composed over a period of time, very carefully. It had a very interesting beginning to where it landed, right, its composition right now. Right, Kapena? Especially Eddie's very thoughtful way of thinking who should actually sing a ku'u Morning Dew. So I'd like you and Lilinoe to talk a little bit more about the journey of that mele.
Yeah, so Morning Dew began at a dinner party, actually, that Myrna and Larry Kimura and Eddie had. And Eddie stepped out and he got his recorder and he started to record this melody. He heard this really beautiful melody. So he came back and he shared that with Larry and Myrna, and he asked Larry to write the lyrics to that melody. So that was the first iteration of the song. And actually, stepping back a little bit, this was one of the more challenging songs we had to work on because there's this so much materials around this song. I actually had to create 3 folders for the song, for each of the 3 different iterations of this song. So you have Morning Dew, Ku'u Morning Dew, you have Morning Dew Alone Once More, and you have My Morning Dew. And each of these speak to sort of this intuition that Eddie had to further this song, to grow this song. And if you think of the theme today of kumu, and the kumu that led Eddie on his journey, we can also think of intuition, his own intuition, as kumu as well. So it began with that melody. He asked Larry Kimura to write the lyrics. And then once Larry wrote the lyrics, he wanted to find the right person to sing that song. So he sought out Moe Keale to sing that song. So him and Myrna, they went to Trader Vic's, which is by the Blaisdell, and they were waiting for him so they can ask him to sing this song. And he kind of stepped away, and he didn't come back for like an hour. And Eddie and Myrna are about to leave, and they're standing by the door, and they see him playing, so they come back in, they sit down, and then after Moe's finished playing, Eddie asked him to sing that song. So he was seeking the right person to sing that song. And then that was the first iteration. The second iteration, Morning Dew, Alone Once More, Eddie and Myrna were working on the Hawaiian and English lyrics, and they felt that it needed the right person to sing that song, so they sought out Melvine Lead to sing that song, and she recorded that on her lead album, and that song is, and she won a Hoku Award for that recording as well. And then Eddie felt like, okay, I think this song needs a prologue and a closing. So they sought out their good friend, Jay Laren, and he worked on the prologue, and then Eddie and him worked on the closing. So you can see that this song has a journey, and even in the Pu'olo packet, it's the longest song story in the packet, and there was an epic journey in writing that song story. So now I can pass it on to...
Go ahead. So people, being their most famous song, people wonder what the inspiration was. And so I got to spend time talking with Larry Kimura about the inspiration for the song. And he went back to his childhood place of Mana on the Waimea side of Mauna Kea. And he talks about his grandfather, who was a Paniolo for Parker Ranch, and he talks about the beauty of Mana and the dew and the mist and the places that were there above Waimea. And that was his inspiration, was recalling those childhood moments with his grandfather and his father.
So we have a very special gift for Myrna today. We have the audio clip from the 2008 recording on the album Yesterday and Today, Volume 1, Eddie Kamae and the Sons of Hawaii. We have Eddie singing to Myrna, A Ku'u Morning Dew. Listen very carefully, because you can hear the deep love that he has for Myrna.
ke alaula o liliko e lima e ho he loana i nei a takaluna i o ka o mana i ka iu o he wai a leila no kaua e pili ma wai a leila no kaua e pili ma wai.
Just got to let that soak into your skin. What love was there? What love continues to be there? Well, we're going to end our time with you with a mele that Eddie learned from Tutu Man Samli of Waipio. And it is appropriate that we actually conclude our presentation today with Samli because before we publicly launch the songbook, because he reminds us all of our kuleana to teach, to pass along our ike kupuna to the next generation. So let me ask the panel real quick. Not yet. We have one more. Kapena, Lilinoe, John, very quickly, why do you believe that this was the appropriate mele for us to end with today?
I can start. So this mele, Hui Vai Ona Hea, is a mele that Eddie, or that Sam Li'a shared with Eddie. And it was a song that was composed by Walter Kuikahi in 1889. And Sam Li'a was born in 1881. And this song Walter Kuikahi was part of the Glee Club of Waipio. And with his band, and Sam Li'a was part of that band, they strived to uphold the name of Waipio and its history. So that band was really an inspiration for Eddie and his music too, because he strived to uphold the traditions of music with the music that he and his band sang. So when we think about this song, I think about the legacy and responsibility that Sam Li'a shared with Eddie. I think of how Eddie really internalized that and sought to share the music that he learned from Sam.
I think that what resonates with me is this song, Hui Vai Ona Hea, is such a source of place names, history, politics, geography. It is an amazing song. And like Kapena said, the point of the song was to uphold the name of Waipio Valley. But this song is an example of so many of the other songs that are in the songbook, in that they encompass so many resources. And so I think it's a rich song.
Oh, so I'm so in love with this idea that Uncle Eddie reached back and looked for his kumu. And he found Sam Li'a, a violinist in Waipio Valley. And just that idea that we can go out and find our own kumu is beautiful to me.
So Myrna, Sam shared with Eddie, so Eddie could share with us. Any last words before we launch?
Sam Li'a Kalainaina loved Waipio Valley. He loved people. He loved children. And the songs that he has written and that you will find in these songbooks, in this songbook, are beautiful. They're really telling you the story of a time gone by that you can really enjoy forever. So aloha Samli'a, Mary Kabena Bukui, Pilahi Paki, and of course, Eddie Kamae.
Mahalo to you, Myrna. Myrna, you and Eddie are helping all of us to keep our mo'olelo, our ike kupuna, alive. So mahalo, mahalo to you. Are you ready to ho'omau? Are you ready to pass it on?
Of course.
Okay, let's go.
Wait.
We gotta do the clip, but I'll introduce the clip.
Oh, we do, sorry.
Yeah. And
Go
I'll
ahead.
introduce it. Okay.
Do people have the...
Well, after the clip, then we'll pass out the postcard that has a link to the songbook. But we're going to end with this clip, and it's actually the ending scene of the Li'a documentary, which is the first documentary of Eddie and Myrna's, released in, 1988. Yeah. yeah, 1988. But we wanted to end with this because if you think about the songbook, there's 34 songs in it total, and out of that, 15 of them are Sam Li'a songs. That's about over 40% of his songs. So in this clip, it really is a celebration of that gift of sharing that Eddie strived to do, that was passed on to him from Sam. You'll hear Auntie Ruth, who remembers Sam Li'a trying to teach them music. So you'll hear from her. You'll hear from Luther Makekau, who was a contemporary of Sam Li'a, who shared one of the most precious songs in the songbook, Kopua o Kalehua. Most beautiful song, and it's in there. So I'm really excited for that. So you'll hear him. And you'll also hear from Sam Li'a's nephew, John Thomas, talking about how beautiful of a violin player Sam Li'a was. And then you'll hear Eddie and Brother Smitty talking about that gift of Sam Li'a's music. And you'll hear Eddie sing that song as well. So with that, we'll play. But hold on, one more thing. I do want to plug Ulu Ulu again. We have Koa, you have Hoku, you have Robbie, and you also have Haunani back there. And they're the ones that are really heavy lifting all of the processing of our raw footage. So we have over 1,500 hours of raw footage from our documentaries. And they're the ones digitizing it, cataloging it, making it accessible. And the songbook really incorporates all of that. And that's why it's online. It's because it incorporates the voice. It incorporates all the videos that are in that archive. So I just want to mahalo them for being here today and for doing all the heavy lifting work of making it come alive for us. Because we can hear Eddie's voice. We can hear him sing, and that's just remarkable. So with that, let's play it.
Talking his history, I don't know if he at us, or maybe he can see at us. We cannot see him, but his spirit see us.
ʻAina kaunana I ka malihi I ka whaewhae ta maohi noa O mili loa e ali inu No kuna mehi no na hokele
Sam Li'a was a violin player. When he plays violin, old folks shed tears. He played the songs that the old folks knew very well, and he make them cry. The violin cry and the old folks cry. Right now, memories come back to me. My tears falling down. My tears. Memory. My memories come back. My baby days.
Akahia nana o mana E nui tarai o gai a kohoa Ai nai a mai ana kapuana No ka hui vai a kea au e ngare
He lived a very wonderful life, but music little touching music. No, I don't think so. The violin, I seen him play violin. That man is wicked. He was really gifted. Violin, whatever, piano, organ. Oh, he was really gifted.
Hey, Papi, you picked the right person to teach. Yeah. Well, Sam picked me out. Yeah. I gotta find the right sauce, you know. I found him. He shared. Now I share. Yeah. Super, man.
All right. We're just joking around over here listening to Eddie's voice. Come on. So we're going to ho'omau, right?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
They figure if I can do this, anybody can do it. So, does everybody have a card? Okay. And get your phones out. Everybody get your phone out. Put it on your camera. And everybody's phone will be a little bit different, but we're supposed to be able to work no matter how different the phone is. So, anybody, are you ready? Ho'omakokau?
Go, we're ready.
Okay.
I think you're already set them.
Okay, so all you do is make a photograph of the QR code, and that takes you right to the songbook.
Are you there? If not, we'll have people go around and help you get into it. Yay, you got in. Well, thank you once again to all of our panelists. You've got it right there. Thank you again to Royal Hawaiian Center, to Aaron Salah and Monty McCumber. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Hawaii Legacy Foundation board members. I see you all here.
Yes. And I just wanted to mention the first people who threw a beautiful launch party for a fundraiser
in 2018
are sitting right down here. Our dear friends, Judy Pyle and Wayne Pitluck. Mahalo nui loa. They have been supporting this project from the beginning. And Eddie even played Morning Dew for their wedding. So there's a lot of connections. Thank you very much.
So mahalo, everybody. Enjoy this songbook. Share it with your family. Share it with your friends. Aloha. Mahalo.
Hano hano no ke kukui He kumu o ka malama lama Ia kakai ka ike
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have more music coming up. Another round of applause, please, for Myrna Kamae, Kapena Shim, Lilinoe Andrews, John Magnuson, and of course, Chancellor Maynette Benham for the incredible work that they did to put this resource together. We'll be back in just a few moments with more music from the prodigies of Eddie Kamae.
He pualaha ole Ina ia no ka puana Hano no ke kukui Ha'ina ia no ka puana No ke kukui aloha e He lama no ke ao Me ke aloha mau Hano hano no ke Hano hano no ke kukui
No koli makili
majesty, kingdom authority flows from his throne unto his own, his anthem raised. So exalt, lift up on high the name of Jesus. Magnify, come glorify Christ Jesus the King. Majesty, worship his majesty. Jesus who died, now glorified, King of all kings. Eko mako makua iloko kalani, ke akua manalan ikaw, ikabeki. Worship his majesty, flows from his throne unto his own, his anthem raised. Jesus who died, now glorified, he's King of all kings.
Aloha Japan!
僕が生まれたこの島の空を僕はどれくらい知ってるんだろう。輝く星も流れる雲も名前を聞かれてもわからない。でも誰よりも知っている。悲しい時も嬉しい時も何度も見上げていたこの空を教科書に書いてあることだけじゃわからない。大切なものがきっとここにあるはずさ。それがシマンシュヌだから僕が生まれたこの島の海を僕はどれくらい知ってるんだろう。よげ出てくサンゴも減ってゆく魚もどうしたらいいのかわからない。でも誰よりも知っている。砂にまみれて波に揺られて少しずつ変わってゆくこの海をテレビでは映せないラジオでも流せない大切なものがきっとここにあるはずさ。それがシマンシュヌだから さあ節も言葉の意味さえわからないでも誰よりも知っている祝いの夜も祭りの朝もどこからが聞こえてくるこの歌をいつの日かこの島を離れてくその日まで大切なものをもっと深くしていたそれが島んじゅぬ宝それが島んじゅぬ宝それが島んじゅぬ宝
タッチのワイドです。アロハ。I did as much prepping as I could because today's Dad's birthday.
Yeah.
And they leave tomorrow for the kind, so I'm cooking.
Hey, Mrs. How are you? How are you?
How's Nani and the kids? Good.
Malu is in there.
Check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2.
7th grade. Wait, let's let me get up. Oh, that's what.
Did he leave? He was gallivanting with Ocean.
Puppy.
That's what I... No. Venom.
Oh.
I tell you, he's at the bar with Ocean. I'm okay. How are you? All is good?
Pandemic really put things into perspective.
Wow. You know what I did during I opened another business and I founded a nonprofit.
Did you?
Because I wasn't going to Japan anymore, so I was so bored. And now we have a contract with the CDC. It's so fun. It's so funny.
Interesting.
It's so funny. I think about your wife a lot.
You know, I did a lot of
Of
work
course, I don't
with
want to
her.
run campaigns. But, you know.
Oh God, no. No, she's not running campaigns anymore. I told her to stop.
You have a laser.
Uh-oh.
It's so funny that Kawakami is supposed to play this for you guys.
Yeah.
Then after the panel, let's do the Kawakami. We go to Ocean. Where's Alex and Nick? And so he goes, no. They're going to come to the stage and play the panel. So it's like, well, in the meantime, because it's supposed to be a half hour, in the meantime, you want us to do the hokey pokey? That's why when you made the comment, you're like, oh, I'm exiting stage right now.
No.
Oh, thanks for being here.
Somebody named Ocean, you have to be cool with that.
We gotta get you guys on the rotation here.
Yes.
Wait, do we pay?
Yeah. I think it was just a matter of the fact that we were hardly here But yeah, we'll message and see if we can maybe like once a month or something. No, because I see Matt giving me the face already.
No, because in the pandemic, I had to open up my business, which
Check 1 2 1 2. It's a little low. Lows.
yeah.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yep. Check 1 2. Yep. And scotch. Just a little.
How's being an honor this year, yeah? I am too, man. We're ecstatic, man.
Oh yeah. It's like, what happened? Dude, my D was a half sharp.
Chino. His D was half step down.
No, up.
Oh, up. Chino.
Oh, my A too.
Chino.
Alanak ko. Oh yeah. Yes. She know gossip, she knows how they just exist and they do their thing. I love yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So what's new with you, brother?
Right?
Well, you live in the most competitive. Because they still mano. Oh, okay. Right. Check 1 2 1 2. Hey, how's it, bro?
Mine just turned 12, and I'm good.
Hey, good to see you, bro. How are you? You know, lots of processed and canned foods. This is Max Sproat. This is Steven. Thank you. Take care, brother. Good to see you.
I should call her. I haven't talked to her in a while.
I don't have another pic.
Check 1 2.
I had a package of pics.
Oh.
Dave, what do you want to start with? Namakaniha?
Yeah. Shoot.
Okay. It's like, yeah.
Everybody had to diversify.
Jewelry and then.
That is I have a full working wood shop now, Waimānalo. So overhead is big now. So I'm making tables now. I'm into tables. Yeah, I got 4 tables being built. Actually, 5 being built right now. Oh, yeah.
I didn't think I made it. I made like a Mr. Hubbard. I don't think we did table. I know I made a racer, like a, the CO2, you put the CO2 cartridge in one of those racer things.
You want to know something ironic? I took wood shop in November. After the first week, I dropped it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Full package of pigs. See what happens. Let's see.
What kind? Apple or? I don't know, like that girl Crystal, the one with what's that group that got her bass stolen and then guitar. 5-string. And then I remember Keola Chan used to have a 5-string upright, and he left in his words. Destroyed it. Yeah, destroyed it.
For a full year because
Thanks so much for your patience, everyone, as we prepare for these Hoku Hano Hano Award winners who got the memo about the uniform and came in their plaka shirts too. More prodigies of Eddie Kamae. In fact, David's father over there, that's David, his father was one of the original prodigies of Eddie Kamae, and also happens to be my mother's classmate from Kamehameha schools. But these 3 gentlemen are world travelers. We're just reminiscing our traveling of the world because we don't travel the world anymore. Hopefully, things continue on the upswing and it becomes safer and safer to get on an airplane again. And we can start.
We just got back from mainland. We were in Vegas and California.
Oh, never mind. They have been traveling the world.
We've just started. We've just started back.
They just got back from America.
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas and
Las
California.
Vegas and California.
Let
And,
me just step to my left. Maintain our social distancing.
Couple of weeks, we will be heading over to the Midwest.
Oh, yeah? What are you guys doing over there?
Let me see. Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City, and hit up Napa Blue Note on the way home.
Wow.
So
Hawaiian music lives in the world.
Check 1, 2.
yes. Can you mute the guitar? The middle?
Mikey.
He's plugging in now. Guitar.
Here. So May Day started in what? and established island flowers, established island birds. And so May Day started in the 1920s and became this huge festival around the islands, celebrating all of these many different cultures that make Hawaii home. And so we celebrate May Day this year by celebrating the music of Eddie Kamae and his legacy. And as you heard Myrna and the panel speak about earlier, this real need to assure that that legacy lives on, that what Eddie was taught by his own teachers, Pilahi Paki, Sam Li'a, Kawena Pukui, is maintained in the music of contemporary Hawaiians. And then not only that we've now created this resource that is available to the world, that is inclusive of song stories, that tells the story, tells the mo'olelo of all of these incredible songs that Eddie was known for, but also includes music charts so that students of music can read the charts in the way that Eddie sang these songs. And all of this is available now to everyone, anywhere, at any time. You know what? That's pretty heavy. Can you give just a round of applause for Hawaiian Legacy Foundation just for that generous, generous gift to all of us? So much work to be done. So much work to be done. And so in just a few moments, we'll have Waipuna na Hoku Hano Hano Award winners share with us even more music. Music of Hawaii, music of Eddie Kamae, music, of course, of Waipuna.
Check 1, 2.
Again, we thank the Hawaii Legacy Foundation, Ulu Ulu Moving Image Archive, the University of Hawaii West Oahu, Ala Kaʻina for their support,
Mikey,
Judy Pyle and Wayne Pitluck for their support, all these incredible entities who come together to rally support around important causes. Thankful for all of these partners. And of course, Monty and I jumped in to support through Royal Hawaiian Center as well. So we're so proud to be supporting and celebrating this incredible event. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please put your hands together for Na Hoku Hano Hano Award winners, Waipuna.
Aloha mai kako, how are you? Everybody good? All right, we're gonna be playing some good old Hawaiian music for you. We are Waipuna. My name is Kale Hannes. We have Matt Sproat on the guitar, Mr. David Kamakahi on the ukulele. It's our pleasure to be here to celebrate Uncle Eddie and the legacy that he leaves behind. And we'll do that by sharing some music from the Sons of Hawaii, as well as David's father's songbook, Uncle the Reverend Dennis Kamakahi for you guys. Here we go.
It alright, 'cause it's love.
alright. Oh, pretty woman, it's been a long, long time. Oh, pretty woman, it's been a long, long time. Can you remember the days of roses and wine? Now on every anniversary day, you know my heart still seems to say that it's love, love, love that makes it alright. That it's love, love, love that makes it alright. Oh, yeah, but I know it. Oh, yeah, but I know it. Ikaleo ne kumanao. Elebe ioe ikaui. Cause it's love, love, love that makes it alright. That it's love, love, love that makes it alright.
Song entitled Imau Ke Aloha by Uncle, the Reverend Dennis Kamakahi. Uta. Hey, it's hard to tell, like, we just showed up, so we don't know what songs have been done by everybody else, especially all the guys wearing the red and the white. So we're just gonna do what we do best, which is I'm not sure what, but we're gonna just play some good old music that you can get into. We're going to take you over to the island of Molokai. I'm sure this is a song that was done earlier today, but this is our style of doing this. A song composed by the Reverend Uncle Dennis Kamakahi, talking about the four winds. And David is the son of Uncle Dennis. So Dave, there's an interesting story behind this, and I think that's something we can kind of provide. Yeah. What's the story behind this song, Namakani Eha?
Namakani Eha means the four winds. And Dad actually composed this song. It's a pattern of a repeating verse, so you're going to hear the same words throughout the verses. And how Dad best describes it is, picture an ancestor of ours who was not really part of the law-abiding citizen. He was very proud to call him a pirate. Arr. Arr. And then with each of the valleys of Molokai, he would go into the valleys to seduce many different types of women. And the repeating verse refers to the same pickup line he would use in every valley as he made his way around the island. The valleys of Molokai, Wailao, Pelikunu, Waikolu, and Halawa. Song entitled Namakani Eha, or the Four Winds.
5, 6, 5, 6, 7.
E wahine e no halapa mai, e nani maoli no, ka heki no e ka ui ke la, e vehi no kulu iki no, o i mai o lia nei, ka ulurehi o ke ko'olau, me ka lei, ho'olua, I ka makani ho'olua.
wahine o ino ai lau mai He lani maoli no ka heki no o e ka ui ke la He vehi no ku nui ki no Ho i mai au ia nei ka urahi o ke ko o lau Me ka le e ke pue I ka makani e ke pue He wahine o e no pele kulu mai E nani maoli no ka heke no o e ka ui ke la E vehi no ku nui ki no O i mai au ia nei ka ulu vehi o ke ko o lau Me ka rei Hu'u pilo I ka makani hu'u pilo That's David Kamakaki on the ukulele.
He wahine o e no whai kolu mai He nani maoli no ka heke no o e ka ui ke la E vehi no ku unui ki no O i mai au ia nei ka ulu vehi o ke ko o lau Me ka le
Kili o opu
I ka makani kili o opu
Ha'ina mai ka puana I mauli no me he puala o naunala E vehi no ku nui ki no
O i mai au ia nei ka ulu vehi o ke ko o lau Na makani e ha
Molo ta inui a ina
O i mai au ia nei ka ulu vehi o ke ko o lau Na makani e ha
Molo ta inui a ina
Eu, Molokai. All right. We're gonna switch things up just a little bit, share with you a couple of songs. And actually, those first two songs we recorded were both on some of our albums. We had 6 albums out, and we're very excited to continue on the music traditions that were taught to us by our kupuna, or our elders who have come before us. They've really set the stage for the knowledge and expectations and the history and culture of what Hawaii has to offer the world. So we can't help but take that and add our own little modern day twist to it, our own little Waipuna spice, if you will. So you're going to be hearing some of that as we continue on, I guess for the next about, let's see, 45 minutes, half an hour. We'll see how it goes. Lots of great music coming up after us, but thanks for taking a moment and stopping by to honor Uncle Eddie and the legacy of the Sons of Hawaii.
Siala, eia o mamala ke o nei. Hau he ava he o ea o papa siala, eia o mamala ke o nei.
get some of that ukulele.
Aloha ia noha o ke walola I ka vai ani ani ke pipi ana. Aloha ia noha o ke walola I ka vai ani ani ke pipi ana.
Now we can get some ukulele. Here we go, Dave. As we sing, Hawaii Hana Ho. Okay, Dave, now give us the good stuff. He's been holding out. As Aaron kindly introduced us, for those of you just joining us, we are Waipuna, and I will say this: last month we were is it last month? Yeah, today's May 1st. Last month we were fortunate to be able to return to some of our touring ways, and we headed up to Las Vegas and Northern California, Central Coast, and then finished it up in Southern California as well. But we're sharing all the music of not only that we composed, but of course the music of Sons of Hawaii, the music of Uncle Dennis Kamakahi, and it's just very energizing to be able to go out and play for a live audience again. So mahalo for being here. Next couple of weeks we head out to Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City, and Napa Blue Note on the way home. So if you want to find out more about those performances, come talk story with us afterwards. But right now we're going to slow things down just a little bit. Share with you a song from one of our albums. I forget which one. We had 6 albums. It's hard to remember which song is on which album, but this song is entitled Koloha Maua Mau, and I'll let David introduce this because it was yet another song written by Uncle Dennis Kamakahi.
Dad traveled a lot during his tenure at the Sons of Hawaii, and he always said that my mother always deserved jewels and jewelry, but he couldn't afford it, so he would always write her songs. And this is a song that he presented to her at the Volcano House with the Sons of Hawaii back in 1978. They were married just a year. And it speaks of a love that continues forever and ever and ever. Song from my mother, song entitled Koloha Mau Mau. Kau
love me like you've never loved before. Touch me, put your gentle hands in mine, kiss me. You'll be surprised at what you'll find. Oh, ka hoku ka uahiahi, helei aloha. No kunui kino. O lalo vai o e me koa vai a pane mai au iau e me kuleo nahe nahe. Hold me, darling, never let me go. Love me like you've never loved before. Touch me, put your gentle hands in mine, kiss me. You'll be surprised at what you find when you kiss me. You'll be surprised at what you find.
Ko aloha maua. Oh, yeah. Okay. You know, at this time, we're going to once again pay tribute to Uncle Dennis, who was a vital part of the Sons of Hawaii and learned a lot from Uncle Eddie. And when he passed in 2014, the Nahoku Hanohano Awards asked us to put together a medley of songs for Uncle Dennis. And so some of you who are familiar with his music are going to think about all your different favorite songs. And we had to only choose 3. They only gave us 10 minutes. And Uncle Dennis wrote like 800 plus songs. So how do we narrow that down? But the way we did it was we picked his 3 favorite songs. And the first song is Wahine Ilikia. And I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that. The next 2 songs, Puahone and Koke'e, we decided to do in the style of the artist that Uncle Dennis most appreciated other people doing. So you're going to hear Puahone in the style of the Brothers Casimiro, who was also very influential with the Sunday Manoa right after, actually they kind of overlapped a little with the Sons of Hawaii. And then you're going to hear Koke'e, done in the style of Auntie Loyal Gardner. So we're going to try to pull this off. We're going to try and pull this off, and we'll see how this goes. Starting off with Wahine Ilikia, singing the song of Uncle Dennis Kamakai. We start with his son David Kamakai.
Hey,
think the best part about all three of these songs is that Uncle Eddie was there when all these songs are written. Especially this song, when Ikea was actually the two of them they went to ʻAina Moloka'i. And they pulled over on the side of the road to look at the mountain of Kamakou. And then it was Uncle Eddie that encouraged Dad to write this song. They saw the 11 waterfalls cascading down the mountain, and Uncle Eddie just pointed at the mountain. He said, "Dennis, write about that." And he did. The song goes like this.
Tule aloha, nevermore to say goodbye. Nevermore to say goodbye. Upuae, he manao, ikave kiu okoke, ikanani, o kaina, o kano, e po ai ai, o kalana, o kano, e ai nala, i kaua, ni, o ai nea, tule aloha, nevermore to say goodbye. Nevermore to say goodbye. He ho'i mai ana, i kahiki na i ka la, vela, i ke kai, havana mana, i poipu makaloha. O kala, o me nala, i taua, lili. O hai mea, tule aloha, nevermore to say goodbye. Nevermore to say goodbye. Mele hau, hi kau ka, hi koke, hi kano, o kalano, e ai nala, i taua, li'i, o ai mea, tule aloha, nevermore to say goodbye. Nevermore to say goodbye. Nevermore to say goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Waipuna. Hana ho, hana ho, hana ho.
All right.
Hanaho.
Hanaho, encore. Encore. Oh, okay. That went by fast. All right. Once again, we are Waipuna, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kale Hannes. We have Matt Sproat on the guitar. Clap anytime you want, by the way. And Mr. David Kamakahi on the ukulele. You know, Uncle Eddie was really a mentor to a lot of us in so many different ways, from composition to his ability to document and, I guess, preserve a lot of Ike Hawaii, or the knowledge of Hawaii. But one of the things that he really did as well is he advanced the ukulele, and he was one of the guys at the time that carried on a very specific style of ukulele. And so in honor of Uncle Eddie, we're going to feature our ukulele player at this time. And this is a song that kind of takes us outside of the realm of Hawaii. And we're doing, it's a medley of songs actually made popular by a contemporary of Uncle Eddie, and he goes by the name of Uncle Ledward Ka'apana. And he did this song on the guitar, but David decided to do this song on the ukulele. Here's one of our favorite songs. We hope you like it too. 12th Street Rag, Sweet Georgia Brown. When Uncle Ledward played it, and when it's played here in Hawaii, we just say, just press.
and gentlemen, Waipuna.
Mahalo nui.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hey, shut up.
No, never mind Hanaho. They're going home already. They're going home. We're moving on. We're moving on. Oh, so happy to have you. Round of applause, please, again for these folks. You always leave them wanting more.
Was the other musicians after us yelling Hanaho, Hanaho?
Yeah, that's
Hanaho.
right. You okay? One more round of applause, please, for these guys. Waipuna.
Mute.
Us young folk.
Yes.
Yakale?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Are you okay?
Well, I could mute this mic, please. Mute.
Mute the bass vocal. So Eddie Kamae was really famous and well known for establishing the group that became known as the Sons of Hawaii. And there were several iterations, group members that would move in and out. David's father was one of these gentlemen, Uncle Dennis. And so now, the current generation of the Sons of Hawaii, they now call themselves the grandsons of Hawaii. So creative, no? My kaʻila ko, so awesome. Well, I better talk nice, Ocean, coming to the microphone. I do want to acknowledge Ocean Kaowili, though. He's a fireman by trade. And he was always getting in trouble for not following proper protocol. But if ever there was a fire, it's Ocean I want saving me. But would you give a round of applause, please, for Ocean Kaowili, who helped us to pull together all the entertainers who took the stage today. Even that, even the following of the protocol, how we put together today, no. Ocean don't follow any of that. He just sent the schedule. Thanks, guys. Love you. So we're going to get the grandsons of Hawaii to the stage, and they're going to perform for us more music of Eddie Kamae and the songs that Eddie Kamae inspired them to perform. And then Ocean is going to host a okanipila, a kanikapila for all of us. So if you have a pila, by all means, you'll be able to bring it out and share it with us. Again, if you need postcards and access to the Eddie Kamae Songbook, the archive desk is here with Kapena, Koa, and the gang over here. We also have Auntie Ipo Vaughn over there, one of our master weavers, teaching the art of Ulana Lauhala, which is Lauhala weaving. And she has all of her incredible artistic creations over there. And my Auntie Luana over here with prune mui and mango chutney and guava jam and all of these lei. And our friends from Spam Jam sharing the day with us here on May Day. Yes, you know, we live right up here, you know, going up to Manoa, still on Makiki, but on the upper side, and it was pouring last night. So I thought, oh, let's get it all out now, so today we can have a nice day. And the day really held up for us, really did hold up for us. You okay?
Oh, I get him. Thank you, bro. Yeah.
Myrna.
We'll be back in just a few moments with the grandsons of Hawaii. Play some beautiful music.
nā vai, ale ale nā vai, vai oni oni, vai hā ko'i. Holu holu nā vai, vai nini au, vai ala vili au noa ilu. Nā vai, ale ale nā vai, vai oni oni, vai hā ko'i. Holu holu nā vai, vai nini au, vai ala vili au noa ilu. Vai kūkana rehe vai, opi vai, hewa vai, vai ānini. Holo holo nā vai, vai kahe kahe āpu e vai nā vai lau pua pua e nā vai kūkana rehe vai, opi vai, hewa vai, vai ānini. Holo holo nā vai, vai kahe kahe āpu e vai nā vai lau pua pua e.
Vai ho I ola vai ai na honu wa hai la
Na
Hi, bro. How's it, bro? Andy. Silent muna. Yeah.
You can bring down his 12 in a monitor, please. Just need a bit.
Hit you. And then same thing. Follow plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the gentlemen, the grandsons of Hawaii.
Aloha Oahu, happy May Day to you all. You know, before we go on any further, ladies and gentlemen, how's about a nice round of applause for your hard-working sound crew in the back there? You know, it's a thankless job, but I thank them. Because if it wasn't for them, then, you know, when that times, when, hear anything, when start singing like that. So you got to appreciate that sound guys over there. And also, how's about a nice round of applause for your MC for the afternoon, Aaron Salah. Between Aaron Salah and Monte Macumber over there, you know, with the help of those two gentlemen, that's why this event was held here today. And we thank them very much. Thank them very much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank these gentlemen here on stage. To my right, on 12-string guitar, this is Andy Lanos.
Aloha.
The big boy on the end, playing that big girl on the end. From Kona, on the big island of Hawaii, ladies and gentlemen, Keola Grace.
Aloha.
And on steel guitar, what a sound. Bobby Ingano, everybody on steel guitar. Here's another one. Here's another one from the archives, Sons of Hawaii.
All for my daughter-in-law, Juna.
Her mother
Malai ʻOkaina for Juno.
And the Lanos over there. Classic. Here's another classic.
Beautiful song, taking the island of Kauai, a beautiful district of Kealia.
Keola Grace over there. Keola Grace.
Super! That's for my cousin Bill Nelson. He makes the best lauala hats, folks. Mahalo, Brother Bill, and your family. Ocean said he wants one flat one.
The steel guitar was a very integral part of the sound of the Sons of Hawaii, and from its inception, way back in the early days with Gabby, Joe Marshall, and Feet. And man, this guy, what a touch. So we're going to feature the sound of the steel guitar. The steel guitar that you see today, at one time, before a performance or right after a performance, Feet's steel guitar grew some feet and it walked away somehow. So David Rogers, being without a steel guitar, was very fortunate to have had befriended Bobby way back, 1978. So Bobby actually gave Feet this steel guitar to play until his days were over. From there, it went to the dad. From the dad, it went to another one of a steel guitar aficionado, who was also friends with the Sons of Hawaii, Fred Lunt. From Fred Lunt, ended up in the hands of Feet's nephew on the island of Maui. And as fate would have it, Feet's nephew called Bobby, asking about a certain steel guitar. So during that conversation, he said, hey, by the way, you like Feet's old steel guitar? I got him. And Bobby said, what? Long story short, this is it. Right there. So if the sound sounds that familiar, that's why. The sound of the steel guitar featuring Feet's, one of Feet's students. Here's a song. Kawingan over there. Taking you to the island of Maui. You know, in the 1970, 1971, the Sons of Hawaii was able to introduce a new voice on that combination, and that voice was of Moke'ale. And he brought a lot of songs. He brought a beautiful voice as well as another ukulele styling. Here's a song that was recorded back in that year, written by Johnny Almeida. And this was the first recording of this song, a classic.
Thank you.
Here's another one. I think you guys are going to enjoy this one. Like David was saying and what Aaron was saying earlier. Besides a lot of those personalities that came through at one time when Dennis was with the Sons of Hawaii, that's when he brought a lot of his new music. And it became classics today. It became classics. Often heard that a lot of hula studios use. Here's a classic one. A classic one. All it is tells a story of, as he tells it, he was at Molokai. And he saw this boy playing around near the beach, standing on a coconut stump with a stick in his hand and with a bucket on his head and with a towel as a cape. And when he asked him, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm a knight. And I'm saving all these women from the mean dragon." I said, "Wow." So when he went back to Honolulu, he put his thoughts down on paper and he came out with this classic. Listen carefully, you might hear something. wouldn't style it. This one, along the travels, Eddie and Myrna went all over the place. They was able to make a lot of friends. This one in particular, Harold Kaniho. From the island of Maui, here's one, a classic.
There was a he rides on a big white horse. He too much peku peku kela kepani kela kepani ya maiko lai tu
Vision of steel again.
Bobby and Donald. Haina mai ka Hu'Ana, Papalino Tito Tito. Haina mai ka Hu'Ana, Papalino Tito Tito.
Our time grows short, so
thank you.
One more time, Keola Grace on bass, Andy Lanos, Bobby on steel guitar. The day wouldn't be complete. You guys heard a bit of the story during the panel discussion. If you didn't, here's a classic for Mrs. Kamae. Where did she go?
We love you, Auntie. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Auntie.
Softly comes the dawn, the winds of night are gone. Now shines the morning dew, and memories of you. And like the morning dew, I'll always dream of you. Whispering to me in dreams across the sea. A cool morning
the Ocean Kaowili.
We are the grandsons and Dilanos. Kiola Grace, Bobby Engano. Mahalo.
Aloha.
See you folks another time. Malaila no kaua. You know what, how's about this? Pilai Paki was a very integral part in sharing stories along with Mary Tutu Kavena. So they also talked about this one. So we leave you with this one. Recorded also in around 70, 71. They spoke of this song. This is it. Once again, mahalo everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grandsons of Hawaii. Oh.
Mahalo.
Sorry, that was a little bit delayed. I thought you was going to hano 4 more times.
We're not like that, Aaron. Well, stay right there. Stay right there. Okay, now I'll go have Kevin and the kind. Oh no, you know what? No need.
No need. Okay, okay.
Hey, you want this? Ken, if you like one. Yeah, Kevin is coming up. But it's okay. Go there.
Ola kainoa o Pi'ilani I pulama ia e na uiwi Kaulana na keiki o ka ʻāina I ka makahiko hano hano E ka ula he anui E ke kaurike E kamehameha nui o pakaikai E ka he kili E ka lani kupule Nā pua leia maui o kama Eo, e maui no e ka oi Nani vale ka ua ke a ohana Nā kuwahiwi a o la haina Kila kila o hale a kalai kalai Me ke pani mai a o iao E ka ula he anui E ke kaulike E kamehameha nui o pakaikai E ka he kili E ka lani kupule Nā pua leia maui o kama Eo, e maui no e ka oi Ina ia mai ana kapuana O na ali'i puolani E o la mau I ku'umana o No kupanihi he inoa E ka ula he anui E ke kaulike E kamehameha nui o pakaikai E ka he kili E ka lani kupule Nā pua leia maui o kama Eo, e maui no e ka oi E ka ula he anui E ke kaulike E kamehameha nui o pakaikai E ka he kili E ka lani kupule Nā pua leia maui o kama Eo, e maui no e ka oi Eo, e maui no e ka oi
Test.
We have some awesome stagehands today in Kiahe and Solomon, and you know, they're both currently students at Kamehameha schools. And so we plucked them out from Kamehameha to teach them. And I'm going to lift them up right now because after the show tonight, they're going to get good lickings from us. We're so happy to have them, really. They do incredible work. Would you give them a round of applause? And Mikey, all of our guest services team. And so we had, in honor of the Sons of Hawaii, Eddie Kamae and the Sons of Hawaii celebrating Eddie's music, then we had the Grandsons of Hawaii. And now we get the Brothers of Hawaii. Mr. Grace over there said, introduced us as the Kupuna group because everybody but him can do kupuna coffee at McDonald's. Don't worry, he's gonna get lickings after the show from Ocean too. But one of the most amazing things about the way that Eddie worked was in ho'okanipila, that is kanikapila, that is these jam sessions where you just brought the gang together, and the way that the young folk learned was by paying attention. And it's something that we need to reinstill in contemporary generations of Hawaiians, that all you need to do is close your mouth, sit in the circle, and pay attention. And you learn the words that way, you learn the style that way, you learn how to play your pila that way. Just be quiet. Sit on your chair, follow what Uncle does, make sure your hands go where his hands go, make sure you sing what he sings, and one day you become one of the brothers. We continue to celebrate the music of Eddie Kamae, ladies and gentlemen, with this incredible group of gentlemen singing the music of yesteryear and today. Aloha nui kako.
Now's a hand for Brother Aaron Sala, everyone. Nahuku Hano Hano Award winner. We love this man. If you want to learn piano, he has one in his holly over there. So. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Kahuku via where he was, David, before? No, before Lightyear? Our brother David Ka'io, everyone. How's about a hand for brother David Ka'io? They're working on his mic, but it's going to work soon. And all the way from Wai'ehu, Maui, also Nahoko Hano Hano Award winner, famous Brown family, his group, Wai'ehu Sons, the one and only Kevin Brown. We're so lucky to have the stage with these young gentlemen here, as I'm the only one standing. But it's okay. I love them very much, and such beautiful music. Beautiful
okay.
music.
Kiola, that's okay. I'm the only one with the shorts.
Okay. He didn't get the memo.
I didn't get the memo.
Oh, that's all right, bro. Whatever, you can't wear pants, that's why. It's too hot down there in Maui. Brother David is working on a project right now with Dave Tusserone. Hopefully it'll be out soon.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Their descendants or their Waipuna share the same story of all the music that they shared with Uncle Eddie. It's such a blessing to go there and learn so much from the people. A little bit technical difficulties, but we're doing our best here. Imua kamemeha. I'm a proud graduate of Konoina High School, public school.
Testing, 1, 2. All right.
Oh, there we go. Once again, Brother David Ka'io.
Aloha. Thank you for participating the afternoon with us. I'll do some songs collection. For the folks who doesn't know who come here and just enjoy the music. The gentleman, Eddie Kamae, was a front for all of us younger musicians as we growing up, listening to some of the most beautiful Hawaiian music you would find in the islands, coming out of the group called the Sons of Hawaii. This is from the big island of Hawaii, the place called Mauna Kea Mauna Loa at Hu'Ana. He aha i ana o mana mea urahi au eke e hau. He aha i ana o mana mea urahi au eke e hau. Awa i o ea mana loa he moa o ea i ka. lai lai ia Hawai Wahine kui kua le hua o la'a Iho o iho i oro a mai Aloha i roa o moe Sawa i ana le vai ke kai E hona puna i ka hone a ke kai Ke ala o kahina no gau aloha So in the collection of Eddie Kamae, he did a lot of great songs. And this next one coming up on the collection from Kuilili Okalani. And she wrote a trilogy of 3 songs, and so we're going to try to do one of them, and hopefully some of the other ones. This is entitled La Iaula. Nane wale karuma o ka'ala Kua hiwi ku'ila ilai kalai Ilai la kano hime ha'alina Aloho e roho nei La iaula, la iaula I ka ua noe noe o E maliu mai oe e aloha ia mai ane I ka makana ua ho'openia e ke ona ona a puia ke ala la ia la beautiful mahalo, mahalo.
I'd like to say mahalo to Brother Ocean. He's a man with a plan that got all the musicians together, and not just Brother Ocean, but the whole staff that put together this, Auntie Myrna, and all of us here on stage. In fact, everybody that was here, just, you know, Uncle Eddie, Gabby, Ata, Sonny, all they did was pave the road for us. And we're the guys that are driving on the road today. And with all of their knowledge and recordings that they shared, that we're able to carry this on. And I'd just like to say mahalo, Brother Ocean and everyone that putting this program together. And for all of you out there, this is a special day because not just May Day, but the music that you're hearing today, I can guarantee you 99.9999% you're not going to hear this type of music in the hotels. So this is what we call the Hawaiian folk music. And we're just glad that we're able to share it here with Brother Aaron Salah, emceeing and our sound guys back there. We're just able to share the music. Here's one off of the Sons of Hawaii, written by the Reverend Dennis Kamakahi. It's from the island of Maui, take you to the island of Maui. And this song, in all the islands you have, back then in the old days, you had chiefs that ruled all the different districts of the island. Today, the chiefs, we call them county council. So this song is written for the island of Maui, for all the kings and all the chiefs from the different parts of Maui.
Kevin Brown, everyone. Waihu Maui. As we all came in on our horses today, we tied them up in the front, but the police told us to move them. Ranching is a big part of Hawaii. We started off in Kona, thanks to Captain George Vancouver. Brought the first head of cattle to Kona, to Kamehameha the Great. And thanks to Kamehameha the Third, he employed Spanish vaqueros back in the 1800s to teach the Hawaiians how to ride and rope. As ranching that I love to do. And the song for Auntie Myrna. As my grandpa guys would sing this while they're drinking their warm Primo beer. Never had ice before. For you, Auntie. for the Ehop family. And if you want the hike, sing that high, there's two ways. Old football injury or very tight underpants. Okay, folks? Mine is football.
We have any hula dancers, you know?
Oh, yeah, plenty. Right in the green.
Feel free to just come up, okay? Just come up. It's gonna be like in our backyard at home.
Come. I know there's Baba Tavares in the house too. Come, hele may maane. No shame. Come. Folks, how's about a hand for our hula dancers sitting in the front here? They want to share their talent. Come, hele may maane. No shame.
They're not hula dancers, they're teachers.
Oh, even better.
Oh, you're all teachers.
Come in, huh?
Oh.
Why like? Oh, all right. I'm a product of public school. That's right. I graduated. I don't believe, but I graduated.
Well, we have Gina over here. Come, Gina. This is Gina.
David's beautiful wife, everyone. Ka'io, Brother David's wife.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please. National round of applause on bass, Keola Grace.
Aloha.
Fabian Gano on steel guitar, David Ka'io. Kevin Brown from Wai'ehu. And Lanos. Hey, brother. How you, man?
And the one and only Ocean Kaowili, everyone.
Once again, I'd like to thank the staff and management Aaron Salah, Monty Macumber, and the staff. Like I said, how's about another nice round of applause for the sound technicians in the back working hard, making sure that everybody is equally oiled and lubricated and ready to go. But thanks for spending your afternoon with us to honor a mentor of mine, Eddie Kamae. From all of us to all of you, wish you a happy May Day. And for those of you who are leaving shortly, have a safe trip home to wherever you venture to. For those of you who already live here, drive safely, get home safe. For those of you who still undecided, good luck to us all.
We have a beverage for those guys.
But, so we leave you with this. Okay, we leave you with this.
Look at this beautiful song there. Song written by Sam Lee. And it's so funny that a lot of our local musicians wanted to learn this song. And some years ago, I got part of the work. I thought I had the whole song. But after I read the book, I got part of the song. Mahalo, aloha.
Technology. You can find a song on your iPhone or your Android.
If it's charged. If it's charged.
And if the word's big enough.
Oh.
My eyes are perfect.
Okay. Okay.
My hearing not so good.
That's what his wife said, but it's all good.
Nei nei hana ho'olui Ona la'u I ke kino Upono I ke awakea A'ohe maupili ole
Ocean Kaowili, everybody. Aloha and have a great, great weekend.
Para Ocean Kaowili.